development as outlined in the resolution. E1, resolve that a sum not exceeding $542,339,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Advanced Education pursuant to the estimate. And E5, resolve that a sum not exceeding $2,341,678,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect to the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development pursuant to estimates. According to the practice that has developed in this legislature, we'll now start with the minister's opening remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me. Apologize for that. We are, just so everyone's clear, we are going to start with advanced education first, and then after people are done with advanced, we'll bring education in, just to add some clarity so we don't have staff jumping back and forth. So thank you for the opportunity to join you here today. I'm here to present the budget estimates for the Departments of Education and Early Childhood Development and Advanced Education, and speak to the important work these budgets are funding. Before I begin, I would like to introduce the department staff here with me. To my right, some of you may recognize her from her healthcare and COVID days. It's Tracy Barbrick, who's the Minister of both departments, Deputy Minister of both departments. Behind me is the Financial Advisor Services for Education and Early Childhood Development, Dana Jasper. And to my left is Lindsay Wadden, who's the Senior Executive Director of the Department of Advanced Education. Tracy, Dana, and Lindsay help drive the exceptional work of the departments and are here today to help me highlight the many ways this year's budget is maintaining the core services Nova Scotians rely on. As you've heard, the 2026-2027 budget is about defending Nova Scotia and positioning our province for long-term prosperity. Over the past several years, we have made historic investments in public service, including childcare and public and post-secondary education. Now, our focus is on investing in sustainability and ensuring Nova Scotians' reliance in the face of uncertainty at home and abroad. Strong childcare, public education, and post-secondary sectors are crucial to this resilience and to empower our people now and into the future. A fact our government acknowledges through investments in these vital areas. For the Department of Education, the 2026-2027 budget for childcare and public education is $2.34 billion. Let me repeat, $2.34 billion. This is actually an increase of more than $115 million, or 5.2% above the 2025-26 budget. And I just want to repeat that. This is an increase of more than $115 million, or 5.2% above last year's budget. This investment ensures accessible, affordable childcare, safe and modern classrooms focused on learning, and post-secondary institutions that contribute to the prosperity of our province. To understand how investing in education compounds to better the lives of children, families, and all Nova Scotians, we have to start at our childcare transformation. Nova Scotia's childcare system supports thousands of families and children enrolled at more than 330 centers and 290 family homes that offer provincially licensed and funded programs for infants, toddlers, and preschoolers. We also support a robust before and after school care system that, as of this year, operates in more than 100 schools, ensuring parents of more than 4,000 children don't have to compromise on childcare. Since 2021, more than $1.6 billion in combined provincial and federal investment has strengthened Nova Scotia's early learning and childcare system. That's included more than $626 million in federal funding and $433 million in provincial funding. These investments have supported major system improvements. More than $348 million has helped deliver an average 50% reduction in childcare fees, making life more affordable for families. This means, right now, parents across the province are paying an average of $12.13 for childcare. About $353 million has supported enhanced wages and benefits for early childhood educators. And I can't stress this enough, helping improve retention and recruitment. And more than $81 million has enabled the creation of 9,200 new licensed childcare spaces. This investment has increased access across the province. We've also invested more than $309 million in the pre-primary program since 2021. And why is that important? Because it's supporting more than 32,000 children at no costs to families. This year, the province is maintaining its $40 million investment in early learning and childcare to continue transforming our childcare system and ensuring it remains accessible, affordable, and high quality. That provincial funding is earmarked for workforce supports, the wages, pensions, and benefits that attract and retain qualified, passionate early childhood educators. And this is important because Nova Scotia has now been recognized by other provinces and territories as a leader among them for our implementation of these workforce supports. And this is something I am proud of, the department is proud of, and no matter your political leanings, you should all be very, very proud of. This year, we have also invested $10.8 million recoverable from the federal government for modular childcare centers located on school properties, including the recently announced Inverness Education Centre project. These centers will expand childcare access in our communities, with the integration providing efficiencies and getting younger children familiar with a school setting. Our childcare priorities are now sustaining the incredible progress we have made to date, meeting our 9,500 childcare space creation goal and continuing to work on system supports like a operational funding model and our new IT system. To do this, in addition to our sustained provincial investment, we are committed to working with the federal government on a path to achieve lower parent fees and advance other priorities that benefit families, child care operators, and early childhood educators. This year, we are also maintaining investments in public schools. Through a budget of more than $1.4 billion, we are supporting safe, focused learning environments with strong policies and resources. Updated curriculum focused on literacy, math, and STEM, and expanded exposure to skilled trades aligned with labor market demand. As a central well-being and affordability measures, we are investing $100.4 million to complete the rollout of the Nova Scotia Lunch Program and maintain the province's school healthy eating program, which provides free breakfast to all students. As you know, the lunch program has been a huge success. I'm not a wordsmith, but huge, massive, whatever you want to say. I just want to say the impacts that it has had on community. In my time, my 13 years as an elected official, I don't think there has been a bigger impact in community than those 9 million lunches that have been served from one corner of this province to the other. The next school year, coming school year, with the lunch program in every single public school in Nova Scotia, all students will be able to will have access to a nutritious lunch, and families will have one less cost to worry about. It's not in the speech, but I do want to thank the staff. This was a huge, huge lift for all of them, and they've done an incredible job of rolling this out. Another major investment in school community well-being is in safe schools. This year, the Safe and Inclusive School budget is nearly $11 million to support the continued implementation of our safe school strategy. I've talked a lot about our new code of conduct this year, which, make no mistake, we've heard good things about. But is only one part of a larger safe school strategy that includes clear school-wide behavior expectations, positive and proactive behavior approaches, responsive pathways for student behavior interventions, which is where the code of conduct comes in, emergency management planning, occupational health and safety, workplace violence prevention planning and training, and data tracking and analysis. I want to be very clear. Everyone deserves to feel safe. And nowhere is a feeling of safety and belonging more important than in school. For Nova Scotia to harness natural resources, expand defense, and grow major infrastructure projects, we need young people prepared to step into those careers. That preparation begins in our classrooms. Recently, our curriculum has refocused on the basics and the skills Nova Scotia students need to excel after graduation. Last year, Nova Scotia introduced a new literacy strategy that helps children master important literacy skills earlier, becoming independent readers, writers, and speakers, and to think critically in the age of digital information. The strategy brings back phonics as the basis of learning to read and write, and includes early interventions for students that are struggling. We've also introduced new instructional practices for mathematics, which is a very academic way of saying we've provided teachers and support staff with practical new strategies for teaching math. New this year, we invested in Math Up, a digital platform that provides professional learning for math teachers and has lesson ideas, strategies, and videos to support grade 4 and 5 teachers. We also continue to invest in skilled trade learning that gets Nova Scotia students interested in construction and transportation, manufacturing, and other in-demand through hands-on experience. The number of students exposed to skilled trades learning is increasing every single year. Now with about 31,400 students a year from grade 7 to 12 learning about skilled trades. That is our future workforce, folks. This school year, the high skills major program has expanded to 14 more schools, bringing the total to 29 schools where students are getting advanced learning in the career they are interested in. And when a student thinks they may want to pursue a skilled trades career, we are making sure that they are getting experience and a foundation that sets them up for success. Students who complete a skilled trades course taught by a certified journey person are granted 110 hours of apprenticeship practical credit from the Nova Scotia Apprenticeship Agency. Students doing cooperative education courses working under a certified journey person can receive an additional 80 hours, giving them a head start at a future apprenticeship certification. This fiscal year, our capital plan also maintains investments in preserving, refreshing, and extending the life of existing schools as we work with the Department of Public Works to advance new and replacement school projects. This year's budget includes $110.3 million to build and renovate schools across this beautiful province. 2 new schools will open during the 2026-27 school year: École Bay Sainte Marie in Clare and École sur la Peninsula for Halifax. Having just experienced the excitement of opening the new SJAM Elementary School in the North End, I know that CSAP communities in Clare and Halifax will be thrilled in these new schools. But all of these accomplishments are carried out in partnerships with school regions, CSAP staffs, as well as our incredible parents at the Nova Scotia, or partners, at the Nova Scotia Teachers Union, the Public School Administration Association of Nova Scotia, our universities, and all of our other educational partners. Only together can we sustain the best possible public education system for our children and youth. The budget choices we are making to defend the progress Nova Scotia has made and ensure our path toward a prosperous future. For the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development, this future is confident, capable, young people ready to contribute to a prosperous, thriving Nova Scotia. It's no student sitting in class hungry. It's supported and empowered school staff and school communities. It is accessible, affordable, inclusive, and high-quality child care system. I will now turn your attention to the work of the Department of Advanced Education. The Department of Advanced Education works closely with Nova Scotia's 10 universities, private career colleges, and language schools to ensure strong accountability across our post-secondary sector. We support Nova Scotians in accessing post-secondary education through student financial assistance and accessibility services. We also work closely with partners and other government departments, including healthcare, labor, energy, natural resources, research and innovation, housing and education, to help build a stronger Nova Scotia. Our government, this government, Nova Scotia's government, will continue to focus on the strategic priorities that move this province forward. Harnessing our natural resources to grow our economy, continuing to rebuild healthcare for a healthier Nova Scotia, and building a financially sustainable and resilient province. That means making smart, sustainable investments in our people and our valued institutions. It means aligning post-secondary programs with the labor needs of communities across the province so students can find meaningful jobs after graduations, and employers can access made in Nova Scotia talent. It means investing in not only the education of tomorrow's healthcare workers, engineers, tradespeople, and teachers, but also in student housing, places students can truly call home while they study and prepare to contribute to our province's future. It means empowering students through high-quality programs and hands-on work experience that connects them to the labor market and increases the likelihood that they stay here in Nova Scotia after they graduate. And that is something that I am passionate about. Because as someone who is 50 years old, when we graduated high school, some of you I graduated with, some of you are the same age, there was an exodus from Nova Scotia to Alberta, to out west. And it had a long-term impact on this province. We cannot allow that to happen again. Now, with all that in mind, advanced education's total budget for 26-27 is $542,339,000. Once again, as with early education and early childhood development, this represents an increase. The increase in advanced education is about $8.5 million after accounting for the transfer of the Nova Scotia Community College to the Department of Labour, Skills and Immigration. Funding for universities remains stable, with a combined investment of more than $387 million in provincial operating grants. The budget also maintains funding for the programs students rely on, including Nova Scotia Student Assistance, the Provincial Loan Forgiveness Program, the Repayment Assistance Plan, and the Nova Scotia 0% interest benefit. And I'll speak more about this shortly. Research Nova Scotia plays an important role in helping government make thoughtful, innovative decisions about our province's future, including how we align post-secondary programs with labour market needs. Last year, through Bill 12, we updated Research Nova Scotia's mandate to focus research funding on 3 key priority sectors: natural resource, climate change and clean energy, life sciences and health sciences, and construction and transportation. To support that work, we're investing over $5 million in annual funding in 26-27. While that reflects a 20% decrease from last year, it's important to note that government invested an additional $50 million between 21 and 23, with $30 million still in place. Research Nova Scotia continues to fund projects through focused research investments, and last fall launched its new Ear to the Ground funding round, aligned with their updated mandate. Each project must demonstrate a clear path to practical impact, ensuring research translates into measurable economic benefits for Nova Scotia. We look forward to seeing the results of these projects and continuing this important partnership. Another strong example of innovation in our sector is the Nova Scotia Post-Secondary Education Sandbox Program. There are now 10 sandboxes across the province, involving all universities and NSCC campuses either directly or indirectly. Sandboxes bring students together with peers, mentors, and advisors to build entrepreneurial and innovative skills that transfer to any workplace. Again this year, $800,000 is available to support this work. We want students to be ready for a fast-changing world, and our sandboxes are helping us do exactly that. Nova Scotia is home to 10 incredible universities, 14 amazing NSCC campuses, and many private college, careers, and language schools. They're also amazing too. All these institutions are key partners in training the skilled workers our province needs to build more housing, provide health care, teach our children, and grow a strong economy. Each of our universities, Acadia, the Atlantic School of Theology, Cape Breton University, Dalhousie, Mount St. Vincent, NASCAD, St. Mary's, St. Xavier, St. Anne, and King's College bring something unique to our province while consistently delivering high quality and in-demand programs. They are strong partners, and over the past year, we've worked together to exceed the 97% enrollment target for healthcare programs. So I just want to repeat that. Working with them, we have now exceeded the 97% enrollment target for healthcare programs, reaching approximately 1,900 first-year students across 35 programs. Welcome the first cohort of future doctors at the new Cape Breton Medical Campus. This state-of-the-art campus will train family doctors with a special focus on rural health issues, including aging, fertility, and disease prevention, as well as Indigenous health and African Nova Scotian health. With a new medical facility on site, CBU students and the broader community will also have increased access to health care. We've added seats in Dalhousie's medical school for 2025-26 and 26-27. With the additional seats, there are now 105 first-year seats in the program at Dalhousie's Halifax campus and 30 first-year seats at Cape Breton's medical campus. We've worked with them to fund a new doctoral psychology program and training clinic. The first of its kind in Nova Scotia, focused on children and youth. Invest in Atlantic Open educational resources. These resources, called OERs, are openly sourced teaching and learning materials available in the public domain. Why is that important? Because OERs are used in place of textbooks, which save students money. We've announced 24 new housing units at the satellite campus of Nova Scotia's Gaelic College to increase housing supply in Western Cape Breton. Now, as some of you may remember, last year we signed a 2-year bilateral agreement with our universities. So what does that require of our universities? Well, first off, to freeze tuition for Nova Scotia undergraduate students, to fill health program seats to at least 97%, to conduct comprehensive program reviews, expand work-integrated learning, to increase student housing options, improve data reporting, and better align with government priorities. These agreements have strengthened collaboration, improved accountabilities, and helped ensure that Nova Scotians' investments are delivering results. As recipients of $387 million in operating grants, it's reasonable to expect clear alignment and measurable outcomes, and our institutions have stepped up. While institutions are important partners, students are the center of everything we do. I've had the opportunity to meet with student leaders from across the province, including Students Nova Scotia. These bright young people brought forward challenges faced by many of their peers. 2 issues consistently rise to the top: housing and affordability. These are complex challenges, but we are acting. As we said time and time again, we are committed to making housing more affordable and increasing supply. We've provided $7.2 million to Cape Breton University to support Phase 1 of the Tartan Downs housing project, which will create approximately 145 new beds in Sydney, of which 55 of those will be prioritized for post-secondary students. We also provided $3 million for 24 new housing units at the Nova Scotia Gaelic College to increase housing supply in Western Cape Breton. We worked with the Department of Growth and Development to launch the Student Housing Development Pilot Project to allow universities and nonprofits to apply for mortgage loans and non-repayable grants to support the creation of student housing. There has been some real progress, but we know there's more to be done. That's why housing targets are embedded into our bilateral agreements, including the requirements for universities in Halifax and Cape Breton to accommodate at least 15% of full-time enrollment in student housing and to reduce vacancy rates in available on-campus housing. Whenever possible, we're working with our provincial departments, the federal government, and any other partners to find solutions we can act on quickly. Making post-secondary education more affordable remains a core priority. And Nova Scotia has one of the most generous student assistance programs in the entire country. In 26-27, $56.5 million is allotted to student assistance, a $6.7 million increase, supporting more than 40,000 students. This investment supports a suite of programs that help students from the beginning of their post-second journey until they are debt-free. Programs like the Nova Scotia University Bursary Program, the Nova Scotian Student Assistance, our Provincial Loan Forgiveness Program, our Repayment Assistance Program, and the Nova Scotia 0% interest benefit. The Nova Scotia University Bursary Program provides every Nova Scotia resident who attends a Nova Scotia university with $1,283 annually based on a full course load. That is money that is taken directly off their students' tuition and doesn't need to be repaid. Student loans do not accumulate interest, and no payment is required. And while a student is in full-time studies, and for a 6-month grace period after graduation. Once students start their repayment period, we are still there to help with programs and repayment tools that help manage debt and provide flexible repayment options. Under the Loan Forgiveness Program, eligible Nova Scotia students can have the entire provincial portion of their student loan forgiven upon graduation. That's up to $20,400 in loan forgiveness. Since its inception, loan forgiveness has saved more than 17,000 students from a combined total of over $120 million in student debt. Together, these programs give Nova Scotia students up to $40,000 in non-repayable assistance while studying in a 4-year program. $6,400 from the Nova Scotia University Student Bursary Program, up to $13,600 in non-repayable upfront grants, and up to $20,400 in loan forgiveness. That is real help, and that has real impact. We're also committed to ensuring post-secondary education is accessible to all learners. Approximately $2.7 million in targeted disability funding matched by the province supports around 4,500 students through student grants for equipment and services, work integrated learning opportunities, and partnerships with organizations such as Post-Secondary Partners, Independent Living Nova Scotia, and Skills Canada Nova Scotia. Each public post-secondary institution has an accessibility office to assist students with on-site supports and services. This may include tutoring, note-taking, access to a learning strategist, assistive technology, and orientation. I can't stress this enough. Everyone deserves access to education. And we will continue improving supports so learners of all abilities can succeed. International students are an important part of our campuses and economy. They enrich our campuses and communities across Nova Scotia. While we work to ensure Nova Scotians have unrestricted access to in-demand opportunities such as healthcare and education and skilled trades, it's undeniable that we need international students to help fill critical gaps. The policy changes made by the federal government over the last few years have had a negative impact on the province. The nature of the changes and the frequency continue to create uncertainty and is damaging Nova Scotia and Canada's appeal as an ideal destination for international students. But we are working with our partners to ensure Nova Scotia remains an attractive place for international students to study and work. As part of our bilateral agreements, universities created long-term international student sustainability plans, including 10-year projections to ensure responsible growth and strong student supports like housing. As a department, we continue to work closely with our post-secondary institutions to help ensure students have the information they need to make an informed decision before they get here. This is an important time for the Department of Advanced Education. Our post-secondary institutions are not only a beacon for Nova Scotia, but they play a critical role in shaping Nova Scotia's future. And the students studying today will fill the jobs our province depend on tomorrow. We remain committed to supporting our institutions, strengthening accountability, and ensuring students have the tools they need to succeed. So thank you. I am now happy to take questions, starting with advanced education.
Okay, thank you, Minister. According to the practice that has developed in this legislature, the opposition caucuses take turns asking questions for approximately 1 hour. During a caucus's turn, the members within a caucus may take turns examining the minister on the estimate resolution. Only the minister may answer questions. Caucuses are also expected to share time fairly with the independent member. To begin the examination, I now recognize the official opposition, and I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, through you, I'm wondering, just as a starting point, anyone looking at this budget, looking at a downturn of $200 million in the budget, for the purposes of clarity, is it fair to say that that decrease is reflective, pretty much singularly, of the transfer of the Nova Scotia Community College to the oversight of a different department?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Advanced Education.
That is correct.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
The minister began his remarks immediately by identifying strong accountability for post-secondary institutions. Made a number of remarks related to the importance of bilateral agreements. And for the folks at home that are not well acquainted with how universities are accountable to the province, recognizing the substantial investment of public funding and the work that they do, I'm aware of two ways in which universities evaluate programs for cost efficiency, academic relevance, workplace relevance, and economic impact. Each university conducts internally a cyclical review of all programs that are conducted under the oversight of the respective senate of the institution. So universities had been in the practice. These reviews are not new. They're longstanding. They are part of the fabric of what it means to be a post-secondary institution in Nova Scotia. And those reviews predated bilateral agreements with the province, which are relatively new. They are the successor to the former practice of MOUs that apply to all of the universities concurrently. I also understand that universities now, as a factor of bilateral agreements, impose upon universities a requirement to conduct, just a second here, those cyclical reviews. Universities didn't evaluate every program that they offer every year. They spread the work of a comprehensive analysis of all of their programs over a 7-year cycle, noting that that would be sort of an inefficient use of internal resources. And of course, the likelihood that the value of a program changes drastically from one year to the next is very, very slim. And so there was already this responsive regulation mechanism built into the structure of universities. Bilateral agreements, as I understand it now, require universities to evaluate every single program that they deliver every single year. And this is in addition to the internal processes that they already follow. I'm wondering if the minister can talk about the uptick in administrative burden this creates on universities to evaluate every program every year without fail, above and beyond the cycle of review that already existed. What's the economic impact in terms of how much fiscal investment by the province is being soaked up by this additional administrative burden imposed on universities through bilateral agreements?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank the member for the question. To be clear, this is not an annual review, and this is best practice across the country, and it builds on the review they do on their 7-year cycle.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
I have to say I'm perplexed by that answer. In my ongoing dialogue with stakeholders, especially with the Nova Scotia's universities, this is an all-program, every-year requirement now that's built in, and a failure to meet this requirement comes with clawbacks to fundings on an annual basis. Another concern I have about this additional level of administrivia as it relates to program evaluation is that the department has provided the universities with no standard set of criteria upon which to evaluate program effectiveness, such that each university is creating a task group to carry out these reviews, and they are inventing their own criteria to evaluate program effectiveness. I'm not a high-level researcher, but I know enough about research that if you ask people to collect data and you leave it up to them to determine the criteria to collect data about, if you don't have enough common data points in the giant pool that you end up with, what you have is an unusable pile of data that's completely useless in evaluating or in informing database decisions about what needs to happen. Can the minister explain why universities haven't been furnished with standard criteria for program evaluations under the addendum to the bilateral agreements that require full every program evaluations year over year?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Respectfully to the member, that there's the information that you have is incorrect. This is a one-time deliverable that's due October 2026, and the bilateral is online. You can check that out. The holdback is attached to the deliverable, and we have given all the universities guidebooks, templates, and a robust framework for the program review that is consistent from one university to the next.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Again, I have to say that I'm perplexed. What I'm hearing from folks on the ground in the university sector is that there's a very real lack of clarity around where criteria are coming from, and that the folks that are doing this work are completely independent and separate from the regular cyclical review that is a sort of a fact of life in Nova Scotia University. So we're duplicating a function that already exists, and in the perspective of many on the ground, we are generating a pool of data that is not going to be beneficial or aligned in a way that allows the government to make important decisions about post-secondary funding. I raise this concern because there are a number of cuts in this budget that were made in advance of reporting on program effectiveness. You've got a deliverable by the October of 2026. Universities are supposed to furnish the government with a report on the merits of all of the different programs that are offered. And yet in this budget, there are a number of cuts that effectively terminate a number of programs without any data that demonstrates whether or not those are programs that should or should not be cut. And these cuts are not partial. These are program-ending cuts, full 100%. For instance, this budget eliminates grant funding for graduate scholarships. That cuts more than $3.7 million that will no longer be there to help graduate and postgraduate students pursue their education. I'm wondering if the minister can tell me how many students were supported on an annual basis across all universities before this funding was terminated.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I move on to that, I just want to reiterate that there is a framework in place, there's guidelines, and there's a structure in place for the program review, and we've worked closely with the university. Staff has worked closely with the universities, and they're very clear on that, and we're here to support them. It's as simple as that. Secondly, when it comes to postgraduate students, there is a whole suite of programs available to those postgraduate students, including the Nova Scotia University Tuition Policy, the Nova Scotia Student Assistance, the Repayment Assistance Program, 0% interest, the loan forgiveness. And Madam Speaker, we have created over 200 seats in the BED program, and we continue to concentrate on frontline and ensuring that we are able to hire as many teachers as we possibly can. And we just recently had a huge, we hired every single graduate. So, like, this is what we're doing. What we're doing is we're investing in the front lines. We know whether it's healthcare or education or skilled trades, we know that these are places that we need to invest in and continue to invest in. And so, well, I understand, and I've said this many times, I understand the impacts that, when you have to be a little bit more frugal with Nova Scotia's tax dollars, right? We spent the last few years investing in deficiencies in systems that were left, whether it was education or healthcare. We invested heavily in our workforce. We invested heavily in our universities. We invested heavily in things like school programs and university programs. So, Madam Speaker, what I can tell you is that there are lots of resources available for postgraduate students, but at the same time, we are going to continue to invest in our classrooms, and that includes 200 new seats for BED grad.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. I think perhaps the Minister misheard my question. I did not ask anything about the Bachelor of Education program or number of seats. The budget eliminates grant funding for graduate scholarships. These are students beyond undergraduate education. So I'm not asking in any way, shape, or form about any program at a bachelor degree level. I'm talking about grant funding that enables students to pursue master's degrees and doctoral degrees across all subject areas in Nova Scotia. To be clear about where this funding goes, this includes funding for graduate students pursuing studies in key government priority areas, including clean energy, healthcare, and resource development. These cuts don't only affect certain sectors, they fall across all sectors, including diminishing funding that feeds innovative thinking and research in key government priorities. My question to the minister on graduate funding, the $3.7 million, how many graduate students were supported by this funding before the government cut it?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as I hope the member can appreciate, as most of us do appreciate, that we have a very limited financial envelope, and we have to concentrate on the core needs of Nova Scotians, and that includes post-secondary education graduates and undergraduates, and trades and healthcare. Madam Speaker, I'll say again, any graduate student, they're eligible for student assistance, repayment assistance. They're eligible for zero interest program and loan forgiveness.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll try and frame this question one more time. My question wasn't about financial student assistance funding available to graduate students. My question is, the government provided $3.7 million in dedicated funding that went directly to students. So internships, fellowships, funding to supervisors that in turn turn around and provide direct funding as not only as a source of funding, but also as a source of income, as research assistants. The ways that this money flowed to students was not as a form of student assistance, but a form of direct support that enabled them to pursue their studies. My question about that $3.7 million is how many graduate students across Nova Scotia did that $3.7 million fund before it was cut?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll repeat, they are all of our graduates are still eligible for bursaries and student assistance, and I will also say that there are competitive grad scholarships, and they remain at all of our institutions.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
I have to say that it is deeply disappointing that the department cannot identify the number of students that $3.7 million supported. It calls into question whether or not this decision was based on any data whatsoever. Conservatively, $3.7 million, if we look at tuition, even at $20,000 a year, that's a staggering number of students whose funding has been cut. In addition to that, that cut of $3.7 million effectively kneecaps the process of research in the province because it creates a barrier for students to access funding that are not scholarships, that are not student aid. They are a fact of life in the field of graduate education. And the fact that the department can't put a number on how many students that money supported, I can guarantee if this was a $3.7 million investment, it was the creation of $3.7 million of graduate funding, the government would be absolutely unequivocally able to tell how many students they would project it supports. So we're talking hundreds, perhaps thousands of students impacted by this cut. I am in possession of dozens of emails from graduate students and PhD students who've already received notice that the funding they were receiving under this envelope is terminated as effective of this budget. They are midstream. They have not yet completed their programs. They were counting on this funding to complete their programs, and now they have no idea how they're going to be able to afford to complete their studies. Many of these students, for the benefit of the minister, in addition to the funding they receive, already make use of the full range of financial assistance available to them, as the minister has already described, and they're still barely able to afford the costs associated with their education. Can the minister describe what will happen to students? I draw to the minister's attention another announcement about where the province has discontinued the funding for students in HRM to access bus passes in the metro area. The government at least had the foresight to provide students with the funding to see access that they currently enjoy through to the end of the current fiscal year. What are the plans to backstop students in current receipt of funding so that their funding is not terminated mid-year and left in chaos and disarray in terms of how they're going to pay their tuition and their bills for the remainder of this academic year, much less beyond?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Post-secondary students are not eligible for bus passes.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Yeah, I'm aware of that, and my question didn't suggest that they do. My question is, I drew a parallel or an example. In another budget area, when a cut was made to funding, a backstop was provided to see students in Metro that are receiving bus passes to continue to have access to those for the remainder of the fiscal year. Recognizing that this is a loss down the road, rather than it be immediate partway through the year, the government devoted funding to see them through to the end of this current academic year. I understand the difference between public school students and graduate students. I'm asking whether or not graduate students in current receipt of grant funding that funds their education, whether or not the government has a plan to backstop them through to the end of the current academic year, or whether their funding will cut off mid-year and call into question their ability to finish their term because they can't afford to pay their tuition and their fees.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
So the department will be meeting with the schools in the coming week, and we're going to try to ensure the least amount of disruption to those students as possible.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
So to the graduate students that have already been notified that their funding has ended, there are no commitments by the government to ensure that they have what they need to see out the rest of the year. Am I clear on that?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
To be clear, no student would have received a personal note or email from the department that their funding has been cut. Just to be clear, they have not received those. This cut will take place, this change will take place in the next fiscal year. And what we've said is we are going to meet with the universities and work with them to help students through this.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Last question on this line. I'm wondering if the minister can outline the metrics that were used to assess the impact that this $3.7 million reduction across all areas of graduate study would have on students, and what metrics were used to assess the impact of this cut on universities. And I'm wondering if the minister would be willing to supply or could furnish here in estimates the results of analysis that indicated that this would have no impact or no negative impact on graduate student enrollment for the coming academic year.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
I've said it before, and I'll say it again, that, tough decisions, obviously, that impact people have been made. We have spent years investing in areas that were underinvested for decades from previous governments. There was a lot of catching up to do. Included in that is more nurses, more doctors. I've stood in that legislature and heard time and time again as the official opposition has talked about more. More teachers, more skilled trade. This is what we need in this province. We need to drive the economy. The situation we are here in Nova Scotia is not unique to Nova Scotia. I'm sure the member has seen, and all members have seen, the financial situation of every single province and territory, no matter their political stripes. The country as a whole, the country south to the border. This is not something that's new to Nova Scotia, but I will tell you what we are doing that's different than the rest. We have a plan. We have a plan. We recently heard one of the budgets that were released where they said they had no plan to get out of debt. Well, we do. We do. We're going to invest in our people. We're going to invest in the opportunities here in Nova Scotia. And yes, Madam Chair, tough decisions were made, and nobody takes this lightly. These impact real Nova Scotians. But this is actually a budget that invests. This budget is, over last year, is up 7.7% investment. And where are we investing? We're investing in wind, we're investing in power, we're investing in clean energy, Madam Speaker. These are all the things that the opposition has told us to invest in. And Nova Scotians, more importantly, most importantly, have told us to invest in. We're investing in housing. More housing being built now than just about any time during my life, including, for the first time in my political career, public housing. These are investments that every single MLA has told us to invest in. But more importantly, Nova Scotians have asked us to invest in, Madam Speaker. Would we like to invest in everything? Of course. Of course we do. But, Madam Speaker, we are not in a unique position when it comes to the finances. Everybody, from an NDP government to a Liberal government to a PC government to a federal government, are all in the same boat. The difference is this is a government with a plan forward to make sure that our children don't leave this province, that our children have jobs here at home. That's why we're investing in frontline. We're investing in our universities. We're investing in our schools. You know, the member talked about the bilateral agreement. In a time where money is scarce, we still increase the budgets, the operational grant for the universities, by 2%. And that may not seem like a lot to people around this room, but it's millions and millions and millions of dollars. We invested almost $6 million for a medical school in Cape Breton University, which people were critical of in the legislature. They didn't think it was a good investment. Guess what? 30 new doctors, and those doctors are being trained in rural health. And it's one thing as a urban HRM MLA to sit here and say, well, you know, whatever. But it is different. Rural Nova Scotia is different. While we're all family and we're all together, there are some uniqueness there. And so that's important. You know, so I'm not going to eat up the member's time, but what I can tell you is we have a whole host of investments. Are there areas that there were some reductions? Absolutely. Were they easy choices? No. But what we need to do is work on the core services that Nova Scotians depend on and need. What we need to do is invest in frontline services. What we need to do is invest in opportunities. And what we need to do is invest in our frontline workers.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
I thank the minister for a sweeping tour of global politics and national politics, international politics. It's really not what I asked about. I didn't ask whether the questions were easy or made quickly without thought. My question was, these tough decisions, what was the foundation for these decisions? What data or inputs did the minister and the department consider in determining that it was necessary to utterly eradicate graduate funding to the tune of $3.7 million? What metrics, what data, what reports? It's clear the minister doesn't want to answer the question, but in tough times, yes, there are going to be tough choices, but Nova Scotians also expect government to be able to provide real answers for those tough decisions. And it is deplorable that the minister can't or won't tell the people of Nova Scotia what data or what inputs demonstrated that this cut was warranted, could be sustained, and wouldn't result in lasting harms. This cut isn't strictly for, there's a perception here that this is gravy or fat that can be trimmed. The government talks about the priorities of clean energy, resource development, and healthcare. Well, the thought leaders, the innovative scientists and researchers that are studying in the fields that can drive the change in the areas the government says are going to transform our economy and provide prosperity are kneecapped by this cut no less than other areas. So it's clear that, to me, based on this line of questioning, the minister doesn't make database decisions. He just makes tough calls without any reasonable foundation. And that's a shame. Because this is going to drive students out of Nova Scotia. It's going to put a chill on the willingness of international students and out-of-province students who pay higher tuition and help bolster revenues at Nova Scotia universities. This is going to have a chilling effect on Nova Scotia as a magnet for the best and the brightest to come and study and do advanced learning in Nova Scotia, and that's a shame. Before this budget was even tabled, we heard Research Nova Scotia Scholars Award was scrapped because it no longer aligned with the government's focus, except the Scotia Scholars Award funded health research by post-secondary students. Given that the government assigned Research Nova Scotia the priorities of clean energy, healthcare, and resource development, how can healthcare research be deemed to be out of alignment with the government's priorities?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Oh, I guess I'm ready.
Absolutely.
No, that's okay. Don't worry about it. Before I jump into the question, I just want to ensure anyone watching and Nova Scotians and future students in this for our universities and our incredible institutions that they're thriving. They're thriving, and they're doing an incredible job despite the doom and gloom that you heard here today. There is a ton of opportunity in our universities. They have, and they are, and they will continue to be incredible partners with Nova Scotia, driving the economy and driving this province forward. And, I said earlier about having a plan. Unlike many places, jurisdictions who don't have a plan to get out of debt. We do. We do. Excuse me? I just didn't see it in the financial plan. Okay, well, if I could finish. Mr. Speaker, or Chair, sorry, and part of that plan is our universities. And that's why we work so closely with them. Part of that plan is our post-secondary institutions. That's why we work so closely with them. As for the question, You know, what we are doing is we're focusing on moving existing research to market and to solve problems for Nova Scotians.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. In 24-25, in the fiscal year, $1.1 million was awarded to 63 students across 11 institutions. 6 of these studies were focused on women's health issues like breast cancer, endometriosis, and maternal care. The province is making a lot out of the launch of Menopause Center of Excellence and announcements related to endometriosis care. The minister may not be aware, but only 70% of all healthcare research funding in this country goes towards women's health issues. The research that's cut is aligned with the priorities stated by the government to Research Nova Scotia. The research cut feeds the work that would be done by these other announcements. So how does the minister square cutting this research given its connection to other to key government priorities and key government announcements?
I recognize the honourable minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the change in the priority is around bringing research that is close to coming to market so that it can impact and drive our economy, but at the same time solve issues that we're facing. And that includes women's health. That includes health and women's health. If there is research that is close to going to market, and it's in the health issue and it's in women's health issue, we will continue to invest and push it forward. Our priorities is health science and life science, natural resources, climate change, clean energy, construction and transportation. These are things that are going to solve issues here in Nova Scotia. Women's health is all part of health sciences and life science, Mr. Chair. And I'm glad that the member mentioned the menopause clinic. These are important investments in women's health. And so this isn't about saying that one area is more important than the other. What we're saying is we want research that's ready to go to market, that will have proven results for Nova Scotians and help make their lives better.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Chair, funding for the Graduate Outcomes Survey is being completely cut. I bring this up or find this of interest. Not so long ago, I sat in on a Public Accounts Committee meeting where the Auditor General reported on the Auditor General's report about funded tuition programs. These would be programs where the government of Nova Scotia covers the tuition for students pursuing training in areas of high need, CCAs, paramedics, certain classes of nurses. I know that there are others, that's not the entire list, but just to give some examples. and we heard about those programs, how filled they are, you know, and some other information. But one of the things that came out of that hearing, staff present for the department, when asked, you know, do we have return of service agreements? We're spending a lot of money, as we should. That's good. Let's get some people trained, fill these key gaps. How are we demonstrating value for dollars? How are we ensuring that people that we fund to graduate from these programs actually graduate and go to work in Nova Scotia settings that deliver impact for the people of Nova Scotia? It's only fair that if Nova Scotians pay the cost for these workers to get trained, that these workers graduate and deliver impact in our communities. And the testimony at that hearing indicated that the department was exceedingly limited in its ability to track whether or not any graduates land in Nova Scotia settings and provide care and impact in Nova Scotia, and made a number, you know, outlined why that's a difficult job. The Graduate Outcomes Survey, I want to come back to this. This is a survey the government funded. It was administered to check in with students who had finished undergraduate programs of all varieties in the province 2 and 6 years out. It was done to check in on how they were doing in moving into the workforce and managing their student debt levels. 2 important data points. I'm wondering, given that the government struggles to monitor what happens with students after they graduate and enter the workforce from a systemic perspective, this is one of the few tools it had at its disposal to gather that data. Why did the government cut the grant for this? And what can the minister say about why it's not important to know how our graduates from graduate education are doing once they leave their programs?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the member would know, this was done through MPHEC. It wasn't just Nova Scotia. It was all of the Maritimes. That's what the focus was on. It wasn't just Nova Scotia. The response rate was around 30%, which is not high. We do know that the feds will continue to do theirs every 5 years. But not just that, from our bilateral agreement with the universities, we're now getting much more data from them, and we're able to make decisions based on that.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
That's an interesting response. You know, at the Public Accounts Committee, it was clear, based on the testimony offered, that tracking people post-graduation, not only does the government have difficulty monitoring where graduates land and whether or not they stay and work and deliver impact in Nova Scotia, but it was also clear that this data was unavailable structurally from postgraduate educator institutions and universities. The government rightfully has offered several tuition waiver programs for students in healthcare settings. I'm wondering if how the department's doing with tracking the outcomes for these students vis-a-vis whether or not they actually stay and work in Nova Scotia. I'm wondering if the minister can provide an overview of the outcomes to date for this model of government covering the tuition for some healthcare students.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I want to thank our universities. They do an incredible job with this stuff, and we work closely with them. They do have the post-grad alumni interviews that help us gather information, but also, Mr. Chair, this is part of the reason why we have the bilateral agreement. And the program review in particular. Part of the program review, the curriculum for the program review that has been given to every university is to collect data, to see where those programs and how those programs actually attach to employment. So we're newly, into that. The universities are doing a great job with the program review. But again, I want to thank the member for the question because, again, that's what the program review is going to show us.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Cobequid-Sackville. Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. Can the minister provide a timeline or a horizon for when there will be sufficient data to report on the effectiveness of this approach to training and recruiting and retaining healthcare workers so that Nova Scotians know whether or not the money they're investing in learners is translating into healthcare workers practicing in communities across our province?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so that's what we're doing with the program review right now. It's going to, we're working with the university to gather this information, and it'll help inform our decisions with data for 2020, 2027, 28, and forward.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Sackville-Cobequid with 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, all grant funding for the social work clinic at Dalhousie University has been cut in this budget. This funding helped to offer undergraduate and graduate students in health professions an opportunity to learn frontline practice from a social justice and anti-oppressive perspective. To put this in plainer terms for folks watching at home, the delivery of healthcare as a system is often unresponsive to the unique needs of historically excluded and oppressed communities. And this work, or this kind of work, is essential in dismantling systemic barriers to access to quality healthcare for women, for members of the 2S LGBTQIA community, to African Nova Scotians, for Indigenous folks who enjoy systemically lesser health outcomes. I wonder if the minister can tell me how many healthcare students gained frontline experience at this clinic last year.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To be very, very clear, the clinic is not cut. the clinic will still be up and operating. The total funding for the clinic is actually $800,000. The cut was $25,000.
Recognize the Honourable MLA for Sackville-Cobequid.
I think perhaps the minister and I are talking about slightly different things. I'm not talking about the operating budget for the social work clinic itself. I'm talking about grant funding to support health professionals, students in health professions, graduate and undergraduate programs to learn frontline practice that is anti-oppressive and social justice based. It's not the program as a whole, it's programming that it provides to students in healthcare training. I'm wondering how many students engaged in that training via the social work clinic at Dal.
Thirty seconds. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Again, the total budget for the clinic, my understanding is $800,000, and that goes toward all the programs there. And our contribution was $25,000. Again, the programs that are available there are still going to, from what I've heard, they're still going to be available, and we are going to continue to support our universities.
Order. The time has elapsed for the... Yep, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Yep. Order. Order. We're back in session, and I recognize the Honourable MLA for Sydney, Member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister and staff in behind for the opportunity to go through estimates for advanced education. Big shift this year with it, you know what I mean? Big shift at home, especially at CBU. It's interesting times. I'll jump right into it. So the budget for the department has decreased by $200 million. $23 million in operating costs have been reduced. Can the minister speak of what specific measures are being taken out of the operating costs?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
As the member is aware, the NSCC has moved over to labor and immigration, so that $200 million budget has been transferred over along with any physical assets.
Recognize the Honourable MLA for Sydney, Member 2.
Okay, so that brings me to the next one. So the budget details nearly $169 million reduction in grants and contributions, even when considering the spending allocated to NSCC grants and contributions that have been moved to labor, skill, and immigration. Can you detail what grants and contributions specifically are being reduced?
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
What's it? Oh, sorry, yeah. So my question was the 2026-27 budget details a nearly $169 million reduction in grants and contributions, even when considering the spending allocated to NSCC grants and contributions that have moved to labor, skill, and immigration. With that money that's moved over, there's still a reduction. Can you provide the details of that?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
So the decrease was mainly the transfer of the NSCC operating grants to LSI, but that was actually offset by, on our side, by a 2% increase to the bilateral agreements and $6.7 million increase to student assistance.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Sydney, Member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Where do I want to go to next here? Let's talk. I want to talk a bit about international students, the enrollment, and the impact that it's played significantly. And my first question to the Minister through you, Mr. Chair, what percentage of the total operating revenue at each Nova Scotia university is currently derived from international student tuition?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and just give me a few minutes to answer. That'll be fine. So I can tell you a report from the Association of Atlantic University has actually shown a reduction of 4,672 students, which is 37.5 so international students across all Nova Scotia universities from 2024. So they estimate that to be, so we don't have the individual universities because that's would be on them. But what I could tell you is that we're being told that it's about $152 million in direct spending and about 21 million provincial taxes across the province. Now, having said that, I spend a considerable amount of time on this with the university presidents, including President Dingwell in your own backyard there. He and I had just met recently to talk about this. We realize the importance of this, and to be honest with you, the fluctuation and the, let's say, uncertainty around the cap, the federal cap, has done a lot of damage to be able to attract international students. Some of the things we've been doing is obviously working together with all the university presidents. We've all collectively written letters. I think we did an advertisement to try to attract some students, which I was part of. One of the key things we've been trying to do is meet with the immigration minister, federal immigration minister, and so far have not been successful. I have not been successful meeting with her. Staff have met. They do meet face to face, or the staff actually meet. But I think it's very important from one Nova Scotia leader to another for us to sit down and have that discussion, and certainly something that you could be part of if you want to. But you know, I've reached out to all the MPs and asked them for their help on this one. I can tell you, like the MPs in your own backyard, like MP Callaway has been very big on this, and he understands it. We had some really good conversations on it. But in the end, as you're well aware, we really need the federal government and the federal immigration minister to sit down with us and have this discussion. So if you'd like to help me facilitate that meeting with your federal counterpart, that would be great.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Sydney, Member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I've met with the federal minister in Ottawa just probably just before Christmas. Kind of talked a bit about this, but we're always happy to support it. This is a big issue at home, right? It's a big issue across the board. I'm not trying to take it away from, but it's been significant for CBU to the point where you know, they're trying to do housing developments there now. The market seems to have really kind of shifted into. It's still busy. Don't get me wrong, but it's just not at it's not the same. It's not the same anywhere. You know what I mean? It's not the same up here either. It's been tough, and also it's the international students who are coming. They become part of the community, right? And they contribute to the community in a lot of different ways. Some stay eventually, and they raise families, and it's what our communities were built on. I guess a question would be: is how much provincial funding would be required to offset a further 10 to 20% decline in international student enrollment?
I recognize the Minister of Advanced Education.
Yeah, as the member is well aware, like this is a critical issue for our universities, and I would say for CBU in particular, it it was a mecca for international students. Let's not kid ourselves. So we're working with them to give them tools, and that's all part of the agreements that we sign with them. And a big part of that is the housing and the services to attract. We're working with Concept and AUAA around advertising and helping them repair the brand damage. It's not going to be easy. No, it's not going to be easy. Again, the federal government has reduced their PAL by 60%, right? So when you see that, you hear that, it does make it, can make it less attractive. So we've got to work with them. I think we have an opportunity, considering some of the stuff that's going on globally, to make Nova Scotia and Canada a mecca for international students. You know, I know that we're doing everything in our power to work with the university presidents and concept of them. And I know I'm not supposed to ask you questions, but I would ask, if I could, what was said in the conversation with the immigration minister, and what did she commit to?
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Sydney, member 2.
Well, there's no commitment. It was just essentially an opportunity for me to have a conversation. We were not able. We met with education. We met with Minister Haidu. We met with Minister Diab. We met with a few others too as well. And the big talk for me was the impact of home. Right. You know what I mean? And in a more broader scope too with the province. That if you know, CBU went from one level to here, and like the impact that comes with that, right? And the impact that comes with the community, and so just reiterate, you know what I mean? Reiterate the need for clarity for everyone. You know what I mean? Like regardless of whether you're in government or not, you want the community to do well. You know what I mean? Regardless, we all get elected to do the right thing, and we can all advocate for the same thing too, right? So that was about it. But it's just. That clarity is concerning. If you don't have it, like you're constantly going to, I don't know how universities can plan accordingly, right? So I appreciate that. So that's just a piece on international students. I wanted to get that out and have a conversation about that because that seems to be the one that's really going to impact universities. So I'm going to go into tuition fees. A bit in institutional transparency. So what is the projected average tuition increase this year across Nova Scotia universities and colleges, and how does it compare to inflation?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Just to put a fine point on the previous topic, I do appreciate your advocacy on that. I know it's something that's really important to you at home, and it's really important to all Nova Scotians. And I do think that that's an issue that, you know, it's not a political party issue. I think in order for us to, so for me, it's not about pointing fingers at the federal government. It's not about pointing fingers at parties. It's really about working together to find a solution. And sometimes when maybe, you know, governments make blanket decisions, you know, that something that may be positive in BC may not be positive here in Nova Scotia, right, or Ontario or whatever. So I think as Nova Scotians, I think we've just got to come together and continue to advocate and show them why we need and why we value and why, you know, they should look at us a bit differently when it comes to international students. So as for the tuition, the good news is for Nova Scotia students, it's 0%.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Sydney, member 2.
So through you, Mr. Chair, to the Minister to follow up on that, is that a multi-year plan to keep tuition at the same rate?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is for 25, 26, 26, 27. By the time this bilateral agreement is up in 26, 27, the review will be done. We'll have data, and that will help us inform the finance, and we'll have a clearer look at the finances of the universities, and that'll help us make informed decisions around the sustainability of those universities.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the Minister. Does the department have any authority to review or approve ancillary fee increases? And has that authority been exercised?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ancillary fees is not something that we're looking at in this bilateral, but what I can tell you is that obviously, not to repeat myself, we've frozen tuition for 2 years. We were just trying to figure out when the last time tuition was frozen in Nova Scotia. It's been a long, long, long time. But this bilateral agreement and the data that we're collecting and the program reviews and everything we're doing side by side with the universities will help inform things like auxiliary fees and tuition and programs and things like that in the next bilateral.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Sydney, Member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Will the department require institutions to publicly disclose detailed financial statements showing how provincial operating funds are being allocated?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
I want to thank the member for the question. The audited annual statements are made public every year. And I just wanted to when it comes to funding, that was a big part of this bilateral agreement. It was about accountability and sustainability. Some of the stuff that we looked at in this bilateral was obviously the tuition policy, so no increase to student tuitions in undergraduate programs. We looked at admissions in undergraduate health programs and bachelor education programs with start dates in 2026 for the entirety of the agreement. Financial benchmarks are extremely important, as you would be well aware of. So we're looking at key financial reporting to increase oversight and accountability for financial health and sustainability. And, you know, as important, and I think one of the most important things that we're looking at requirement for a financial plan for these universities who do not meet a set number of financial benchmarks over a period of time. And I know there was some discussion earlier with other people around, you know, the money that we give to universities and like what is our responsibility or how much, I don't want to say the word control, but like how much our oversight, our ability to oversight. People need to remember, for those of us that have been here for a long time, like people need to remember that that is a lot of money. Almost $400 million is not growing trees. It can do a lot, and it goes a long way with these universities. But we again, I want to go back and talk about where we are currently. We're in a place where there's huge deficits. Revenues are down. We've got to find a way to drive the economy. I know, like, I've had conversations with the member, and the member agrees. You know, I don't need to put words in your mouth, but like sustainable resource development, like, can be done. And we want to get there. We want to do these things. The Wind West program is something that could be a game changer. So when we are, I believe that is the investments we put in our universities is one of the greatest investments we do as a province, because I believe that education is the great equalizer. And so, but at the same time, we want to make sure that it's being used in a way that keeps the university sustainable, keeps them drawing in more students, but at the same time, their students are able to be successful and to lead this province.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Sydney, Member 2.
I do want to get back to the sustainability piece, but I do have a question that I was asked to ask, and it's an important one. In the budget cuts, the entire operating grant for the Brain Repair Center at Dalhousie University, which funds incredibly important neuroscience research, is being cut. Why is the government cutting this funding?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
So obviously, it's an important organization. But what I will say is this: we did something a little different in these bilateral agreements. Instead of doling out the money to the universities and saying it's got to go here, it's got to go there, it's got to go there, we gave Dal $211 million, and they are the experts of their own institution. So we gave them the lump sum, and we allowed them to disperse it in a way they felt was best.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Sydney, Member 2.
Okay. So Dal would have made the decision themselves. Okay. Well, okay, but so research and innovation funding has been reduced by nearly $6 million. Can the minister discuss what kinds of research will receive cuts to funding or will no longer be funded by the department?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
So with the research and innovation, this is several things. It is a 20% reduction in research in Nova Scotia, but it's also a MyTax contract that we had that's expiring in 26-27.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Sydney Member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In 2023, the department gave St. Mary's University $25 million to develop a program related to health data analytics. That funding was a result of this government's March Madness spending several years ago. The proposal for it was vague, and my question is, was St. Mary's able to develop that program?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I would say is that it actually was money, $14 million of it was spent, and that was money well spent. It created several programs, including that are still up and running, including the healthcare analytics and some professional development around health. And we've graduated, St. Mary's has graduated individuals from that who are working in the healthcare system right now. Of that 25 million, like I said, 14 million was spent, and the 11 million was not spent. So we are, well, we're allowing it to go. We're having conversations with them, and we're going to repurpose it back into them for operational costs.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Sydney Member 2.
How many students graduated? You said 14 million in the program?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
So to be clear, there's a couple programs that have been created. There's a healthcare analytics, there's a BizMin for healthcare professions, and there's professional development. The healthcare analytics, for example, there was infrastructure like labs and computers and things that needs to be purchased and created. There has been several graduating classes already. These programs are still up and running. If you want the numbers, we'll get it to you. Yeah, perfect.
Recognize the MLA, Honourable MLA for Sydney Member 2.
Okay, thank you. Next question is around student assistance. How much of this year's advanced education budget is allocated directly for student financial assistance? Can you give me that number?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
I do want to thank the member for the question and for once again allowing me to talk about all the positive things that are happening in advanced education. As I said earlier, you know, the budget for advanced education has increased, and this is one of those areas. So 25-26, it was $48,976,000. For 26-27, it'll be $56,461,000 for an increase of $7 million.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Sydney Member 2.
So, and just on that topic, tuition forgiveness, right? I always like putting this on the record. If people are paying attention, they can, because as we all know, some people don't realize sometimes that they may be eligible for things that they could be applying for. So I'm going to give the minister a minute to explain how student loan forgiveness works here.
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank the member for the question. I'll just give you a quick overview. It's so it's obviously for graduates of undergrad, certificates and diploma programs in Nova Scotia universities and NSCC. They're automatically assessed for loan forgiveness of their Nova Scotia loan for up to 5 years, and it's a maximum of $20,400.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sydney Member 2.
Always good to get that stuff on the record for students who may be listening right now. The millions and millions of people that are paying attention to estimates. Yeah, no, it is important. It is important. I think we actually deal with some folks that don't realize what they may qualify for. I do want to talk more because we don't have, how much time I have left? About 20 minutes? Yeah, 22. Yeah. 22. So I have some other questions and we'll be back. But like, I think for me, I want to talk about sustainability in general. And because you hear it, right? We see it. We've seen it firsthand in Cape Breton and others, like the whole international student piece. Are you concerned about the sustainability of universities in this province?
I recognize the Honourable Member Minister of Advanced Education.
The short answer is yes. And just to get into it a little bit, as far back as I can remember, you know, there's always been difficulties with finances at one time or another with different universities and things like that. It's not just one government. It goes back to the beginning of time almost, right? And I think you've heard me, and all members have heard me stand in my place in that legislature and stand in front of the media, and I say, like, you know, I truly, whether I was Minister of Advanced Education or not, I really do believe that our universities are part of our Nova Scotia fabric. We talk about the lighthouses and the tartan and the everything else that goes along with it, the giant fiddle, but you know, it really is. And so I will say on the record that the university in your backyard has been an incredible partner. They have been extremely responsive, and I believe they're in, like all universities, but I really believe that in your case, CBU is in great hands. You know, we need our universities to be sustainable, and we need them to help drive the economy. You know as well as other members around the legislature how important our universities are to our local economy. It's not just about educating our kids, it's also about the money that they bring in to our local economies, and because of that, I had a conversation with someone one time. We were talking about universities, and I said, you know, I don't think people realize indirectly what they do. They realize directly, but they don't realize indirectly, like the local coffee shop and the local restaurant and all those things may not exist if we didn't have St. FX or Acadia or these other universities at CBU. So this is why the bilateral agreement has been so important, because yes, it was about getting some financial help with the 2%. I know it, again, I'll say, you know, that may not seem like a lot, but when you're talking to hundreds of millions of dollars, it is. But it also, we talked about financial benchmarks, the health of the universities, and ensuring they have plans if needed. One of the things that I think is very, very important with the bilateral agreement, it's not about waiting for the universities to dig themselves in such a deep hole that they can't get out. There are triggers along the way that will inform us and inform them, and because of that, actions will be taken to help sustain those universities. So that's important. The program reviews are important. Listen, we're in a hyper-competitive, we've always been, but like we are really in a hyper-competitive global economy. You know, kids can go anywhere now, right? You know, you don't even need to leave your house to take university, right? So we want to make sure that our universities are attractive, as attractive as possible, and that includes the infrastructure, that includes the housing, that includes the programs. And so lastly, I will say, I use this example, I've used this example a few times, and I think some of the MLAs will understand this, that have been around for a long time. If you've ever attended a high school graduation, it's an incredible thing. It really is, right? You see all these kids going across the stage, and some of these kids you went to school with their parents, and you know these kids, I mean, I've seen them elementary, junior, and high school. And one of the things I noticed was a lot more kids the last few years than 13 years ago, when they cross the stage and they say, Tracy Barbrick's graduated with honors, and Tracy's going to, oh no, she has. Tracy's graduated with honors, and she's going to med school at Dalhousie or whatever, right? Or she's taking science at Dal, and they'll say Lindsay's going to whatever, right? Like, but sorry, Lindsay, but so they'll be like, Lindsay's going to, yeah, exactly. So, but NSCC, and what has happened is when I first started, it was a lot of kids were going to university. Yes. Do you know what's happened? Yeah. More and more kids are going to NSCC. And I've asked the kids every year over the last few years, I've noticed this trend. And I've talked to them, and they've said, I said, well, like, you know, I believe that university isn't just about education, it's about experience. It's you know, it's where you build friendship. It's where sometimes you find your life partner. You learn things that you never thought. I took Irish poetry. Could you see me doing Irish poetry? No. When asked why, the kids say, it's because of work. Because they want to graduate and go back to work. So that's one of the things with the program reviews, and I'll leave it here, is we want everyone to be sustainable. We want to focus on success, and we want to make sure that when those kids graduate, whether from NSCC or from the universities, they find work here in Nova Scotia.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Sydney Member 2.
Yeah, thank you. And that was kind of the lead into my next question, because I've seen that too. Like, I did a degree and a diploma, so I did the college side of UCCB and then the degree side of UCCB. There was no articulation agreements back then between the community college and CBU, so like that 4 years of revenue was going directly to the university. Then you started seeing articulation agreements. When I remember, there was articulation agreements. That's how CBU first got a BEd program. They had an articulation agreement with Memorial. Then there was the nursing program from St. FX. That was an articulation agreement with CBU. Now you have an articulation agreement with Dalhousie and CBU for the medical school. And these are all important. So like that's part of my question. Like with the new MOU, like are they looking at the universities kind of coming more together to offer their programs in other spots, like just to give more options for students? And I guess my other question too is because you're right, like tuition would have been cheaper most likely at NSCC to do your first 2 years of your business diploma. So in the past, there wasn't really they didn't want to really kind of come together. Like this is way back when in my student union days, you know what I mean? So like, which wasn't yesterday, but these were all conversations back then. But now, you know, at some point the community college and the university started coming together. So that's kind of jumbly. But the point I guess my question is what does those relationships look like with the new MOU? Are there universities coming together to try to offer more of these kind of articulation agreements, because it gives students more options? If a student from Cape Breton can take something in Cape Breton and not in Halifax, that is a monumental savings. And vice versa, if somebody can take something here instead of traveling, it's the same thing. So I hope that makes sense. It's an important conversation. I think it's a big reason. It's good for students, but I'm sure that, and it's good for universities, don't get me wrong, but I just think that like when you started seeing that transition of the 2-year diploma into the degree, you started seeing probably some shifts in revenue for the universities too as well.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
You're right. You know, there was a lot of silos. You know, I grew up in a time where if you went to NSCC, and which I did, which wasn't called NSCC back then, none of that transferred over to university and things like that. So the universities and our advanced education and our colleges they realize that they need to work to attract more students and different types of students, so they really are diversifying. And you talked about the articulated agreement and the 2+2s. More and more universities are doing 2+2s. In fact, every single engineering degree now is part of the articulation degree right across Nova Scotia. there's also they're concentrating more on like professional development and certificates, and the other thing is the work integrated learning. So using work experience and transferring that over to actual credits, right? So those are the things that the universities are doing, and it's because we just can't, in order to move, and I'll go quick, but in order to move this province forward, we've all got to work together, and we've all got to work in hand on this stuff, and the universities and the community colleges are doing that now, and I'm very proud of the work they're doing.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney Member 2 with about 10 minutes.
10 minutes? Oh, you could have talked it out. No, I'm just kidding. No, I think it's an important conversation. I think that especially where you're starting to see NSCC with some degree granting status too as well. I don't know where that, and I know that's under labor and skills now, so I can appreciate that. I'll ask those questions to the proper department. And what else? Where do I want to go now? What's that? Well, no, it's just I've asked some of the questions that I wanted to get out for sure. I just want to go through my documents here. Okay, let's go into housing and cost of living pressures. So in the department, what funding is allocated to address the critical shortage of affordable student housing in Halifax, and how does this budget plan to expand supply?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
And so a lot of the questions that we ask here today around advanced education obviously ties into the bilateral agreement. And that's why, you know, a lot of times when I'm asked questions, I go back to the bilateral agreement. You know, when it comes to the bilateral agreement, for HRM and CBRM, they have to have 15% of their beds filled, right? That's important, and I know, like, there was a question, I can't remember when it was, but that was put toward me in question, or someone in question period, maybe it was me, around the housing situation and who's going to fill those. I think it might have been you, actually. But the truth is that every student that goes into that housing is a space that opens up in your communities, right? And then we're working with them to get their vacancy rate at 5%, which is the bilateral. But I will say this, you know, DAL and CBU are two examples of partners that are doing some great stuff. DAL's going to bring on 200 beds, and as you're well aware, Tartan Downs in your own backyard is 55, and you know we've contributed $7 million to that.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Sydney, Member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And do you guys keep do you guys? That's what Kate Brentner coming out of me. Do you guys? Does the department keep track of student housing insecurity in Halifax or anywhere in the province for that matter?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
So we don't specifically keep track of that, but we do know that there's a lot of resources to support and around information when it comes to university student unions.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Sydney, Member 2, with 4 minutes.
4 minutes. Yeah. So and let's talk about that. So your relationship with the student unions. Right, if they're tracking that information, which I'm sure they are, they're probably tracking information on a whole number of issues that affect students on their campus. Is there a strong relationship there where you're reaching out to the student unions across, or student associations across there are the provincial organizations too as well, Students NS, et cetera. What's the relationship like with the department, and did you provide any funding to them?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
So 2 minutes. Thank you for the question. I do meet regularly with them. I mean, you know me as well as anyone, and I gave them all my cell phone number. So we do meet, we do talk. I do value their input because they're the ones that are directly impacted. And they know what works and doesn't work. So when we do run into some issues around housing and vacancies and things like that, it's one thing to, as a government and as a department, to look at the answers and think we have it internally. It's another to hear from the people that are living there or not living there, right? So that is a big thing. And, you know, for us, when it comes to housing, again, the bilateral agreement says that 15% of all students in those universities have to be in housing, and there has to be availability for 15% of the students, and of those vacancies, 95% has to be filled. The universities are doing an incredible job on that, and I'll go back to CBU and Dow. That's why they're building, right? And that's why we're supporting CBU to the tune of $7 million for Tartan Down. So we'll see these residencies fill, and my relationship, I'm very proud of my relationship with Student Union. You know, I think that they do an incredible job. I've met with them several times, virtually and in person, and they know that my door is always available to them, open to them.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney Memberton with 35 seconds.
Okay, 35 seconds. Thanks for answering the questions on advanced education. I concur that our universities are economic drivers. They're places of course educational excellence, and they're going through some turbulent times. And there's no question, and some clarity is going to be needed to try to figure it out, because we don't want to be in a situation where we lose one of our institutions into the future. So, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll see you in a little while.
So order, and we're going to take a short break.
you're going to assume your questions.
Order. I recognize the Honourable MLA for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minister, the department is fully eliminating targeted funding for Indigenous programming at Cape Breton University and African Nova Scotian funding at Dalhousie University. Is this funding being moved to another department?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you to the member for the question. I think the program that the member is referring to in particular is a budget of $1.2 million. Our contribution from the Department of Advanced Education was $50,000. Obviously, any types of money that's been that they no longer have has an impact, but the program those programs are still available. What I will say is this: is that we've actually kind of changed up the way. In the last bilateral on how we're doing things. It used to be that we would send the money to these universities and institutions, and we would do it through like this program here. We were funding things individually. So what we're doing now is we send the money as a global grant to the university, and then the universities decide how to disperse it.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the $50,000 that you're speaking of for the transition year program with Dalhousie University, that has a 5-decade-long, it's been, probably longer than our time on this earth. Oh, well, mine anyways. And I'm just curious to know, why was that decision made to cut that particular funding in that direction with that African Nova Scotian history?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Yeah, I will start by saying that I understand any cut, especially to vulnerable communities and to communities that are underrepresented or have been historically. It's not good, right? Like it really isn't. Like it doesn't. But what I will say is this: is that the grant programs, the global money that we're giving, the global grant we give to the universities, have increased by $7.8 million. So we're giving them more money. And again, what I would say is Dal's is $220 million, and if they choose to fund it, they'll fund it out of that $220 million.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I will say that I've already been contacted by the TYP program and the alumnus of the TYP program, and they have said that they will continue the program on because of its long-standing career, due to no thanks to the province and the cut of the $50,000. But I said this a number of times in my conversation in the House, is that, we figure it out. We're resilient people, and we will definitely create space and make a way. But it's unfortunate that cut has to come at a time and be remembered as a cut in this time of year for our African Nova Scotian learners. So all of that to say, and thank you, Minister, for that clarity. I'm wondering, can we go into the early childhood and education file?
You guys are ready to wrap up advance? You might want to talk to the boards to see if they're ready to wrap up advance. If they are, can I respond to that, though, while you guys?
Order, let's just, I'm going to shut the mics off. We'll have a discussion here for a second. Is that okay? Is that allowed?
We can take a recess.
Okay, so we'll take a quick recess here. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the member for the question. Again, I realize how deeply personal this is for her and her community, and I fully understand that. I do want to say that, again, we've increased the amount of money grant-wise that we're giving to the universities. So again, Dalhousie University is now receiving $220 million, and they don't receive it earmarked. It's a lump sum that we're giving to them, and we're asking them, because they are the experts of their, like they're the ones that know where best to invest in their own backyard. So we're saying to them, here's the money, you decide where it goes and where it best suits your students, where it best suits your needs. So overall, while we're seeing cuts in some grants, the overall money to the grants, the global grant that's gone to Dalhousie for them to disperse as they see fit, has gone up. I hope that helps a little bit explain.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Sackville Cobequid. All right?
Yep, thank you,
Yep.
Chair.
Thanks. Yep.
There is an $11 million cut to operating funds for St. Mary's University in this budget year. It's come to my attention. There's internal communication at St. Mary's that the department has proposed to have conversations with St. Mary's about using up the remainder of a $25 million grant to St. Mary's to create and deliver a health informatics program at that school. And it's clear the signal is that the intention of government is that they can use that funding to offset the deduction in the university's operating grant for the year. Now, I want to ask the minister what this means about. And the internal communication indicates that the department has terminated the agreement with St. Mary's to deliver a health informatics program. I'm wondering what prompted the minister and the department to abandon the creation of a health informatics program in partnership with St. Mary's. At the time that the program was announced a couple years ago, there was a lot of ballyhoo about how this was going to help transform and modernize our health system. What justifies the abandonment of this program, and how does the department intend to close the gap that this informatics program was intended to fill?
I recognize the minister.
Mr. Chair, I'm wondering, the member is referencing an email as documentation. If you could table the email? Because, I mean, he's using it as a reference or evidence of his question.
As the member for Sackville Uniacke, Sackville Cobequid, excuse me, did you paraphrase it or did you quote it? Paraphrased. Okay. According to council, that's all right. I recognize the minister.
Thank you. I just need some clarification on that. So as for that program, St. Mary's University spent $14 million, and they created several programs that we asked through that program, from that money. They created a diploma of healthcare analytics, the business admin program for healthcare admin, healthcare professional development. Those programs are not going away. They're not being abandoned. This is exactly what we asked them to do. We've had several classes of graduation, and those individuals are working, a lot of them are working in the Nova Scotia Health Authority. They work directly, St. Mary's has worked directly with NSHA for these programs. These programs will continue to be up and operational, and the $11 million that was left over will be rolled over into operational funds.
I recognize the member for Sackville Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. I'm wondering if the minister can table statistics on the number of seats created in the programs he just listed and the number of graduates from programs that are less than 2 years old in the time that they've existed.
I recognize the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We don't have those here on us today, but we can get those to him.
I recognize the member for Sackville Cobequid.
Okay, I will. I'll hold the minister to that. The Auditor General's report on universities that came out last year recommended that the department identify and evaluate new operating grant funding allocation options. The target implementation date for the department set for this recommendation is about a year from now. I note that this is a recommendation that the department accepted and agreed on in the Auditor General's report. It's not one they contested. So can the minister provide an update on the progress the department has made on identifying and evaluating new funding models for universities?
I recognize the minister.
Chair I will say that thank the Auditor General for the outstanding report. Of the 11 recommendations, 9 have completed. The one that the member referenced is outstanding, but it's a work in progress, and that's why we have the bilateral agreements, and that's why the review of programs and the costing and the financial health indicators of the universities are key. This is data that is needed from the universities to look at a new funding model, potential new funding model.
I recognize the member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I appreciate that, bilateral agreements are part of the current funding model, but the recommendation isn't about monitoring the current funding model. It's about identifying and evaluating new funding models. So I'm wondering the minister can outline the work the department is proactively doing around a jurisdictional scan of funding models in Canada and comparable jurisdictions elsewhere internationally. And also provide us with an update on how often the department has met with Nova Scotia universities to collect their input about their needs and desires for a new funding model.
I recognize the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I actually said was that we are doing the program review and looking at the health of the university through the bilateral agreement, the current bilateral agreement that was signed, to inform any new funding models. We are working directly with the universities, but you cannot just create a funding model without having the data. And that's why we're doing the work, and that's why we're doing the work with the universities.
I recognize the member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. As I previously iterated, I understand that the bilateral agreements currently provide some of the information necessary to consider a different funding model, but surely that's not the only work involved. In looking at things that are new and different, exploring funding models that exist outside of Nova Scotia, outside of Canada, and discussing with the universities in a specific way what they might be looking for. Obviously, Nova Scotia universities know what the current model is, but I would be shocked, and based on my interactions with senior leadership at universities, they have strong feelings and very clear thoughts about what's needed in an updated model. I would hope that the minister, if these are not components of the process to arrive at a new funding model, there's not a lot of time left to get this hustle underway. Is the department on track to deliver a new funding model to universities in 2027?
I recognize the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the department is doing all kinds of work and research, exploring different models. The Auditor General's recommendation that we would explore and evaluate options, and that's exactly what we're doing. And the bilateral agreement is part of that.
I recognize the member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Given that this is a recommendation that the department committed to, I just have to say I'm concerned about any clear timeline for the delivery of a new funding model. According to the timeline the department indicated it would commit to meeting. We have confirmation from the independent member looking to bring questions to the minister that their questions all are under the education and early childhood portfolio. So at this time, knowing that we are not depriving anyone of opportunity to ask questions of Department of Advanced Education, we'd request respectfully that we switch to questions for the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development, recognizing that we'll need a recess and a chance for staff to swap out. Mr. Chair, if the department is amenable, we'd like to go in that direction.
Absolutely.
So would you want us to do the advanced education resolution right now?
I recognize the member for, sorry, let me rephrase that. I recognize the member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. We have concluded the questions from the NDP on advanced education, and I understood that we were waiting to transition to EECD pending notification from the independent member that they had advanced education questions. We've confirmed with that member that they have no questions for advanced ed and are looking for time on EECD. So I'm not averse to the resolution on advanced education being read at this time.
I recognize the minister.
I appreciate it, but there is another party, so I don't know if we can get confirmation from the Liberal Party before the NDP make the decision. I think that would be appropriate.
So what we'll do, we'll take a recess. We'll switch out.
So we have confirmation from the Liberal Party?
We will save the resolutions for the very end. We'll take a 5-minute recess. Thank you. Order, please. I recognize the member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. The minister will know well. He was a part of the government that terminated democratically elected school boards and replaced them with school advisory councils some time ago. You know, the conservative government in power ran on a platform to restore those school boards and chose instead to move to what they called an enhanced SAC model. And a part of that was providing SACs with funding through something called the Student Advisory Council Innovation Fund. Just a couple short years ago, this government took great pains to advertise that this fund was supporting 26 projects to boost student achievement and well-being. The funded programs range from things like CP Allen's Path to Sustainable Climate Action and Food Sovereignty, and Digby Regional High's Future of Inclusive Education. The government in this budget is slashing that budget entirely. There will be no more innovation fund for student advisory councils in this budget. What analysis did the department do before deciding to remove this funding from student advisory councils?
I recognize the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know as the member started with a bit of a history lesson, I will say to him that it was the NDP government before the Liberal government that actually cut education funding. It just takes a quick Google search and you could see that. So there's difficult decisions that are being made, obviously, but there's I think what the member is trying to say is that the SAC is losing money. They're still getting their $5,000 grant. They still get their dollar per student. The Innovation Fund was help implement ideas from a group of teachers that did a great job, and we're thankful for it. But we continue to work with local schools, and when we see great ideas that come from the ground up, we implement them.
I recognize the member for Sackville-Cobequid.
This isn't the only Student Advisory Council cut we see in this budget. Grant funding for the SAC conference has been eliminated. One of the barriers to participation by parents on student advisory councils was a lack of knowledge and understanding of the public education system, and even a lack of knowledge and understanding about the scope of the role parents occupy as members of student advisory councils. SACs were brought in to replace school boards, and now this government, by cutting funding, is creating barriers and making it more difficult for parents to participate meaningfully as diverse community voices in our education system. The minister's going to say they retain their $5,000 of funding, but that $5,000 does not cover the costs of travel, of accommodation, and childcare, and other expenses that parents all across this parents incur to receive professional development training through the SAC conference. Can the minister explain why it was necessary to cut this funding that eliminated barriers for parents to participate in this mode of school governance?
I recognize the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The way this the education budget is being framed isn't accurate. This is a growth budget for the Department of Education. It's grown by the budget's actually grown by 5.2% for $115.7 million. We're investing in childcare transformation, school food, school growth, teacher pension and benefits, which are huge, modular childcare center, and wages. We are going to continue to work with our local SACs. There's more than one way to do meetings and conferences, so we're going to engage locally and regionally, but also through technology, whether it's team meets or Zoom or things like that. So, Mr. Speaker, to imply that there'll be no communication or there'll be no training or conferences with the SAC is simply not true.
I recognize the member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Chair, I haven't made any comment on the education budget as a whole. I'd asked a question about the decision to cut the grant funding for the SAC conference. The minister seems he's unaware that the SAC conference was instituted because initial attempts to educate parents participating in SACs via a remote or internet-based model proved unreliable and full of potholes and barriers, especially for parents in rural areas where access to reliable high-speed internet. Training via this model created winners and losers in our province. Parents in rural communities that didn't have access to reliable broadband effectively were frozen out of the department's attempts to train them and equip them for their roles. And that's why grant funding was established to create an in-person conference complete with supports for parents, income replacement, metrics for parents who needed to travel and drive their vehicles, overnights, per diems, childcare expenses, in order to make this conference truly accessible to parents regardless of socioeconomic status, and especially to overcome barriers to access because of inequities in technology that exist across our province. This grant funding was installed. So for the minister to suggest that we can simply hop onto Zoom and supply this training belies an ignorance, a troubling ignorance of the reasons why this grant funding was instituted in the beginning. I still haven't heard a rationale for why the funding for this grant was cut. And I haven't heard the minister offer any kind of rationale or indicate the analysis that the decision to cut either the SAC Innovation Fund or the grant funding, on what foundation these decisions were made. Anyway, that's consistent with previous answers, and I would like at this time to move on to another line of questioning, and I'm going to hand it off to my colleague, Chair, if that's satisfactory to you.
I recognize the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, there's several ways that, first of all, this particular one is a one-day conference. We understand the importance of it, obviously. But this isn't just about technology and Zoom and things like that. The other part of my response that I guess was ignored was that we are going to be engaging locally and regionally with parents and SACs, like we have been doing. We realize the importance of hearing from our parents and hearing from our students and hearing from our frontline staff, and that's what we'll continue to do. So, this is going to be a multi-pronged approach. The conference cost about $150,000 for a day. I do think that it was people got a lot out of it, but we're going to engage these communities and our communities locally through whether through the Department of Education or Regional Centers for Education, through local schools, and when and where we can, we'll use technology.
I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the minister does know that I have been a part of all of those groups of organizations in the school for over 20 years, and the SACs had to be bolstered because the school boards were disbanded, and there was not enough support then. And being a part of the SAC now, as you know, SJAM, still lack of communication and lack of support. So hope that this year's a new year and it may look better. My question is, the list of cuts include the elimination of grant funding for Mi'kmaq services in this department. Can the minister tell us what the impact of this decision will be for Mi'kmaq students? And will this mean the elimination of FTE positions?
I recognize the minister.
Thank the member for the question. The $150,000 reduction was actually unallocated money. It wasn't attached to any specific program. What I can tell the member is that the budget for is $1.3 million, and that's 10 full-time staff. This $150,000 reduction does not impact that.
I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Minister, similarly, the grant funding for Afrocentric Summer Scholar Program for African Nova Scotian youth has been eliminated. The Afrocentric Summer Scholar Program, which began more than 15 years ago, fosters growth and engagement for African Nova Scotian students. Can the minister explain why they eliminated the grant funding for this particular program?
I recognize the minister.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question. Yeah, you know, obviously these decisions aren't made lightly, and anytime you make decisions that impact people, and I've said this earlier, especially marginalized people, it's not easy. Nobody wants to make these decisions. Nobody wakes up in the morning and says that we're going to eliminate money from this program or that program. We've heard the Premier say that when we have money, you know, we'll spend it. Now, having said that, I do realize that there's a real impact. Like, I really do. And I hope you understand that. When it comes to this budget, we're continuing to invest as best as possible into the community, which is $4.5 million, and I can list some of the stuff, but you probably already all know it. It's $1.5 million for the Black Educators Association, $880K for the Buddy Day Institute, $550 for African Nova Scotia Literacy, and $100K for the what's that? Imitat Dalhousie. So we also have 93 African Nova Scotian student support workers in schools across the province. Can we do more? Should we do more? I wish we could do more. I wish there, you know, like I'm not going to sit here and tell you that we're doing all these things and you should be okay. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I know that there's, you know, there's more that we'd want to do, but unfortunately we're in a position where there's only so much money, and we're going to ensure that we continue to spend that money to help as many African Nova Scotian students as humanly possible.
I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the minister for that. I truly feel that, you know, this is clearly not something you want to do. But what I want to say is that, and I think the minister understands where I'm coming from, that like traditionally and historically, African Nova Scotians and Mi'kmaq students have never really had a fair shake. And I think it's actually very disappointing from across all departments that this is what we're seeing is these cuts to our communities in which never had a hand up from the start. And so, you know, when I say these things, it's not because like I know, you know, things have to be trimmed because there's a deficit, but I feel like, you know, we could have been in a better place because by making better decisions and, you know, or listening to folks who are actually telling them some really good advice. So I say this because I do understand that the minister is saying it from a place, you know, and I understand that. It's disheartening, and our communities are going to be affected generations-wise because of this. So I just wanted to put that out there, and I think my colleague is going to carry on with the rest of the questions.
I recognize the minister.
I just want to thank the member for the comment. Outside, you know, I think her and I, we've known each other a long time. It goes way past politics. We knew each other when we were young and full of energy. But what I will say is, you know, I'll work with you. I'll work with the community. I'll work with anyone. I hope you know that. And we only have the best interests of the African Nova Scotian Black community at heart. I mean that. What? Yeah.
I recognize the member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. I want to ask in the estimates and supplementary detail book on page 7.5, under programs and services, under the, I guess this is under the heading of learning opportunities, African Canadian Services, you know, the 2025-26 estimate, just under $6.5 million. The 2026-2027 estimate is $4.5 million. By simple math, that is a 30% cut to that budget line. And that is the division of the department that provides supports and resources to African Nova Scotian learners and staff in every corner of this province. The data on African Nova Scotian learners show us that there are historical, persistent inequities in outcomes for African Nova Scotian learners. What compelling data did the minister come into possession of during this budget planning cycle that indicated there was a transformational gain in the performance of African Nova Scotian students and transformation and positive outcomes for African Nova Scotian learners that warranted a 30% reduction in supports for them?
I recognize the minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Mr. Chair. As I said in the previous question, obviously when you make these decisions, I mean, they're absolutely not easy. Until you're in these positions, it's not easy. And they actually really do weigh on you. They impact real people. And so the reduction, you know, it's when we can do more, we will do more. We absolutely will. We are still, as I said to the member, previous member's question, we still have resources in place with the 93 African Nova Scotian student support workers in school. That $4.5 million is spread out over many great programs in our school system. But again, I'm well aware, and we have a financial envelope that we have to live within to ensure that everybody, like, you know, we want to make sure these decisions are difficult. They're not easy. And we're going to make sure that every dollar we spend helps our African Nova Scotian students to the best of our ability.
I recognize the member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. Listen, nobody within the NDP caucus has ever suggested that these decisions were taken gleefully or that they are easy to make. What we have asked for is a rationale, a foundation based on fact and data that justifies decision-making. And on one hand, the minister suggests that, you know, we're trying to do the best for everybody. You know, earlier he commented that this is a growth budget for education, that net spending is up, and we can see some line items where spending is up. But when it comes to supporting, there's plenty of items in this budget that are effectively standstill, status quo. But notably, things that are not status quo in this budget that are net reductions, you know, a more than 10% cut to Mi'kmaq services and a more than 30% cut to African Canadian services at a time that the failure of our school system to support these students and these communities to experience equivalent outcomes remains a persistent issue. It calls into question the decision-making process of the minister, and he has not yet, on a single question, provided me with any indication that there is a foundation of data or analysis to inform the decisions that are being made. And until he can point me to one, he needs to be accountable for the lack of data-based decision-making. So, saying things are hard is no substitute for saying, here's how we made the decision and here's the foundation upon which we made them. And families and students facing a 30% cut in resources deserve that kind of transparency. Chair.
Order. I recognize the member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you.
We just weren't sure if that was the end of the question or not, so continue.
I apologize for the dramatic pause, Chair. This government's inclusive education policy leaves too many families between a rock and a hard place. Without adequate classroom support, many parents face making the difficult decision of either homeschooling or moving to a different province that offers greater one-on-one support. In the cuts list for this year, we're seeing the elimination of some inclusive education funding. At a time that parents who rely on schools as arguably the single most important support they have in the social safety network for their children and for the well-being of their families, can the minister explain why money was removed from these budget lines instead of working to safeguard this existing funding or find ways to increase that budget line?
I recognize the minister.
Mr. Chair, could you ask the member to please clarify which line of the budget specifically he's alluding to, or lines?
I recognize the member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Chair, I'm not alluding to any particular budget line. There are a number of cuts listed under the master list of cuts that relate to inclusive education. That's what I was referring to in my question.
I recognize the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, to you to the member. I need to, if he could specifically tell me which grants he's talking about so I can talk to those specifically. Just to say that there's cuts doesn't really, like I said, if he could tell us specifically which grants or which lines he's referring to, that would be great.
I recognize the member for Sackville-Cobequid.
I find it alarming, Chair, that the minister is unaware of the cuts that this budget proposes that have a direct impact on inclusive education and is putting the onus for understanding the choices he's making and the impacts they have on a member of the official opposition in questioning.
I recognize the minister.
Appreciate it, but to you, Mr. Chair, but the question was asked by the member specifically about cuts. Does the member know which cuts he's referring to? If he could tell us specifically which cuts he's referring to, I can give him the details and I can give him the answer. The member asked the question about cuts to inclusive education. In his previous questions, when asking questions about cuts, he specifically showed which lines and which programs that were cut. So I just asked him just to do the same thing that he had done before, which was the courtesy for myself and the staff, more importantly, so we can answer specifically. I don't want to give him information that's not relevant to his question. So if he could give us the exact, or even one, then we will answer.
I recognize the member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Chair, there is a 13-page document that contains the list of grant cuts that is now in the public domain and has been for a number of days. Those grants are numbered. So, for the benefit of the minister, Grant 143, $16,000 to $3,000. 142, $1,040,000 to $208,000. Grant 141, $1.1 million to $220,000. Grant 140, inclusive education funding, $440,000 to $88,000. There are a number of other funds that are nondescript, and it's difficult to know whether those funds overlap with inclusive education funding. Grant 136, Grant 135, Grant 134, Grant 133, Grant 132, Grant 131, Grant 130, Grant 129, Grant 128, Grant 127, Grant 120, a 100% cut of $780,000 or $78,000 to $0. There are plenteous cuts in here, Chair, and that I have to enumerate them for the minister suggests that he's unaware of their existence or their impact. And that to me is deeply troubling. I can't stress enough that for families who rely on public schools, not simply as a place of learning, but as the primary deliverable of social supports that supports the greater well-being of their child in an inclusive classroom, these cuts have demonstrable impact that go above and beyond a student that might get one less chicken nugget a day. The impacts are profound, and I hope the minister, now that he's in possession of several particular funding lines, can explain his data-based decision-making as to why these resources were removed from students and families who rely on them.
I recognize the minister.
Couple of things. Just the first couple of grants that the member named off are not included in inclusive education. They're actually not inclusive. They're things like programming, curriculum review, and curriculum creation. So I apologize if the member's confused. Second of all, to downplay the food program like that is, for a former teacher, is stunning. I live in a community, I represent a community where that food program, the lunch program, has done incredible things. That member, as an educator, is well aware how difficult it is for children when they do not have a full belly, when they're hungry. He has stood in the legislature and talked about it. And now to stand here and make a flippant comment like that toward the lunch program is disrespectful to all staff that worked on it so hard, his own former NSTU members, the kids who rely on it every day. And it's unfortunate that we have kids that rely on it every day. Nobody wants that. But we stepped up. And it has dawned on me and has become very clear why he voted against the lunch program. You heard it here. That's $100 million. And he's sitting next to the former Minister of Education who worked tirelessly on that. And I would hope at some point in her minutes that she defend it, because she knows, everybody in this room was well aware of how transformational that lunch program is. And to sit here and name, just to give numbers on the grants, knowing that they're not inclusive grants, knowing that they're curriculum creation, some of them were actually unallocated money. It was actually unallocated money. For me, and I hope everyone in this room, education isn't about a song and a dance and a show and getting on TV and patting yourself on the back. We have a real responsibility here. And that responsibility is the future of this province. Would we like to do everything we possibly can? Do we wish we had endless pots of money? Absolutely. Absolutely. I believe there's no better investment than in our children. But I cannot believe, respectfully, I cannot believe that a former teacher and the former president of NSTU would make a comment like that toward the lunch program. I've had conversations with that member before he was an MLA. And I know where his heart is. His heart's in the right spot. I believe it. I've heard him talk about children coming to school and going to school hungry. I've heard him. And the impact that that has on the classroom. You know, I recently visited one of our lunch providers. And I said to him, we talked about the importance of it, and he has a lot of experience in this, and he said, you know, one of the things that he found really, I don't know, cool about the whole situation was, he said, you know, sometimes there are leftover lunches, and those kids take them home. Sometimes there's leftover lunches, and staff take them home. Sometimes there's leftover lunches, and they go to the local shelter down the street. I just am just stunned that a comment like that would be made, and the member can justify it any way he wants. But it's pretty insulting to hear someone say something like that. I don't know if the member read the list, because again, not all what was said was inclusive. We are committed to inclusive education in this province. Full stop. There is no doubt this department, this government, and every department across government's commitment to inclusive education. And I think to imply that we're not is just, we spend what we can, and we make sure those resources go into the classroom. You know, the member talked about this budget not being a growth budget, and I'll just give you some of the numbers and where that money's going. And I would ask the member, where does he want to remove it? $104 million to the school food program. We know his thoughts on that. $40 million toward child care transformation, which is used for pension and benefits and wage increases. I'm pretty sure I know his thoughts on pension and wages and benefits. And he's got the right one. On top of that, that's for the ECEs. On top of that, another $36 million for teachers' pension and benefits. $93.9 million toward wages. These are some of the things that we're spending money on. And I think they're critical to the well-being of our children and to our staff. I was proud when this Premier and this current government signed the last agreement with the NSTU. I have a fantastic relationship with the current president. We talked this morning, talked 2 days ago. It was just up in Cape Breton. We were texting about our weekend. We've added 1,300 additional staff since 2021. Education is a priority. This is about relationships, respecting each other, but most importantly, putting every single bit of effort into ensuring those children have a great education and staff feel appreciated.
Order, please. All right, that round of questioning has ended. I now recognize the member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you.
Great question. There will be 15 minutes for this round. I recognize the member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm so pleased to have the opportunity to question the Minister of Education today. I was so privileged to hold that role for a number of years, and I want to reflect. It's I consider it to be the largest and most important system in our province. And people often think of health when they think of a large system, but health is not one system. Health is a series of systems sort of knitted together. But education and childcare, our experiences through education, they are the most consistent experiences. People all have very similar experiences, all have different lived experiences, but travel through the education system, and our goal is to support those students as they move through it. And in a way that doesn't happen in health. People interact with health in very different ways over the course of their life. So, we've got 150,000 families, students' families, who are impacted by this system. And it's incredibly complex. And the people who know it best are the people who are living in it every day. And that's our educators, our administrators, our staff, our students, and our families. And they're amazing to be able to provide insight into the system. I think it was the member from Halifax Needham who was asking the minister about budget cuts, and I'm not sure what line items exist. She was asking about, but the minister, his comment was, "Can we do more? Should we do more? I wish I could do more." And then he also said, I'll work with you. I'll work with community. I'll work with anyone. And one thing I would observe on is one way, even in times where budgets are being cut, that we can do more is by connecting and working with all those folks who have deep knowledge and experience of the system that we're responsible to shepherd. And because really, they know the system best and they have the best insight into how you can make change and how you can improve it. And that is particularly important if you're going to make cuts to it. Those are the folks who can advise you and give you insights into ways that you can make decisions, implement policy in the best way. And so when I was at education, this was a principle that I embraced deeply. And so in childcare, we started the Early Learning and Childcare Engagement Table, and I met with that table quarterly. And those meetings were tough at first, and rightfully so. We were introducing major changes to a system that people were concerned about. But they were really valuable conversations, and I learned an incredible amount in those meetings, and I attended every single one of them. I also introduced the SAC conference as we moved forward to reintroduce local voice in the system, and I spent the whole day at that conference talking to people and hearing from people, and that informed the code of conduct, it informed the lunch program that we introduced, it informed a lot of work, and it was really, really valuable to hear from people at that conference. I so appreciated the Minister's Student Advisory Council. That was direct student voice who I had an opportunity to talk with as minister and understand the student perspectives and how my decisions as minister impacted students directly, and we took a lot of knowledge from that as well. School staff meetings are an incredible opportunity to hear from people. And while I was minister, I joined about 80 school staff meetings, and those conversations sometimes were raw. But we learned so much from those conversations. We learned what was needed in the lunch program. We took direct advice from a number of schools. We took advice from schools who had lunch programs, and that really helped us to craft a lunch program that was responsive. I joined the PSANS board meetings on a quarterly basis, and I must say, our administrators are so important. They are like a keystone, like a linchpin in the system. They are the connection between our schools, where our students and teachers are and are living and breathing every day, and the administration. And so those conversations were deeply important and really helped us move forward in all the things that we were doing in a way that was well informed. And I was also really, really privileged and very appreciative to be invited to a number of union meetings as well, NSTU and among them NSTU and QP. And that, I just cannot emphasize enough how important hearing from all of those people was, and how very specifically what we heard from them informed the decisions we made. So recognizing that Minister will do more, and he's interested in working with anyone in community, I'm really hopeful that the Minister's continued all those efforts, and my question is if he can talk me through what he's been learning as he personally attends each of those events. I'd love to hear it.
I recognize the minister.
Sorry for the delay. First of all, thank you for all the work you've done in the Department of Education. I get to see your face every day. Go in the boardroom, and there you are. For those that don't know, for those you don't know, every single minister that's ever been in the Department of Education, it's the only department that does this. They have a picture of them on the wall, like since the beginning of time. So I do appreciate all the hard work, and I think you understand more so than most how difficult this job is, and the fact that you get into these positions and you know, you're in a leadership role, but that doesn't make you the expert, right? So there's so many people that you have to count on. I can proudly say that I was told that I was the first minister ever to attend the executive meeting for the NSTU. That was every single executive from across the province was there. Some of them who remember me from my previous days, and we had some really frank and open discussions. I did something there that probably well, they also said no other minister did. I gave every single person there my cell number, my personal cell number. Those people text me, they call me. We meet with peace hands on a regular basis. I meet with Peter Day, the Nova Scotia Teachers Union. I mean, these are partners. Like these are people we need to work with side by side. And so like it's not just it's also about being the Minister of Education, but the Minister of Advanced Education. Constantly meeting with the university presidents, and it all ties in together. And we meet with the. What's really interesting is that meeting with the student union and the student groups on the university levels, especially the ones that had just graduated high school, and they're going into university, because then you get that, like, you have these conversations with them, like what the transition was like, what was needed. So we work closely with all of them, and the staff. That's one of the things about the staff here is, as you know, we work on a model that we're in this together. So what I mean by that is whether you're Pam over in childcare, you're working with the childcare providers. You're working with them on the ground. When people, like, again, I think almost every a lot of the childcare providers in this province have my own personal number, and I talk to them directly. But when we have issues, or they have issues, or they want to discuss things, we send them to either myself, the deputy, or our executive directors. Because we want to hear from them. Like, this is an important job, like you said, and I'm glad that I really do like your analogy of education compared to the other departments. You know, the one thing that is weighs on me is that where I'm at now, it's the continuation, right? So I'm starting at childcare, and then my role ends when they, I mean, I probably doesn't even end there, but when they graduate from university. So for me, to be successful, I have to make sure that those kids are prepared. And the only way that I'm going to make sure those kids are prepared is if I listen. I've been attending SACs not just in my own community, but other communities now for 12, 13 years, right? It's just what you do. Like, that's fundamentally how you become a good MLA, right? Like, you listen to people, and anyone that gets into this job and puts their name on the ballot, it's about listening. I say all the time, like, you know, I know just enough, and so I need to surround myself with smart people. I need to surround myself with experts. I've always felt that way, whether I'm in politics or any other jobs I've had. I like to surround myself with people who are smarter than me, people who have different types of knowledge and different types of skill sets than me, so I can sponge off them. And that's why this team is so valuable. You know, we have people who understand childcare, and they understand childcare because they've lived childcare, but they also have those relationships in the fields. And then we have, so anyways, long story short, so I apologize. Yes, we're meeting. And what have I learned? What I've learned is and I've known this, it just reinforced what I already knew, which is our front line, right? We have to support our front line. They're important. And the job that we do every single day is not about me. It's about the kids. It's about ensuring that they're successful. And I said it earlier, I personally believe that education is the great equalizer.
I recognize the member for Lunenburg West with about a minute remaining.
I mean, not good.
That's okay. So I have a bunch of follow-up questions on that, which we won't get into today, but I'll just maybe make this introduction to the questions that will no doubt continue. I believe what you said that you learned is that we have to support the front line, and it's not about you, it's about the kids. And I guess what I would say is, I mean, I think that's a given. I think if that's all you've learned from your conversations with the many, many people who have deep insights, and we're not talking about it's all about the kids, because we all know that. I want to know what you learned that you can translate into action in the system as you are making deep cuts, so that those cuts have the least impact possible on the 150,000 students and children that you have responsibility for. So I'm talking specifics. What individual things
Order,
have folks...
please. So, Minister, we'll be back next week because questioning on these resolutions will continue. It is now 3:55 p.m. and the House is set to adjourn at 11:59 p.m. That concludes the subcommittee's consideration of estimates for today. The subcommittee will resume consideration when the House again resolves into a committee of the whole on supply. Please return to your seats in the legislative chamber. The Committee of the Whole must rise and report before the House concludes its business for the day.